Sir Care. Will service... for an aperitif to balm the weary. In this of Sir's manifold journeys.
Years before the nuclear catastrophe, a handful of wealthy men and women grew increasingly worried by the political unrest across their countries. Moral panic, witch hunts, and censorship spread like wildfire. This congregation, scientists, professors, artists, felt the need for a place where history and culture could be preserved, safe from those who would destroy it for its seditious content. They pooled their resources in the hopes of creating such a place, free from the volatile swing of political agenda. A vault was to be built. Within it would be enclosed the most comprehensive collection of books and holotapes in history. The project owed much to the efforts of one Professor Cartwright, who at one time worked for a certain Robert Edwin House at the Robco Company, and used his position to secure valuable contracts within Vault-Tec. As the construction of this library began, the intellectuals gathered their private collections, hunted tirelessly for rare texts to complete them. Cartwright would oversee this process and act as the library's caretaker. When it was time, all would gather for shelter, seal the doors behind them. None of them could predict, however, that the bombs would fall so early, and when they did, Cartwright was alone in the library. The professor knew that his days were numbered. To ensure that the library would not die with him, he spent his time reprogramming his robots. The machines would ensure that the library would persevere until the world could once again take advantage of its wisdom. He would endow them with the ability to think, the ability to choose, the ability to learn. Partly because he feared the dangers that might threaten the library in years to come. Partly because as the years grew long, he needed someone, something to soothe his solitude. 200 years have passed. Far enough time for something to go wrong. Today, the courier awakens the library from its long sleep.
Oh, is there somebody out there? What? A radio broadcast? So, there's still people out there fitted with a Pip-Boy, huh? Yes, we are. You're coming from a vault, aren't you? Well, I don't see why we should have this conversation through an intercom. Please, come inside. I fear I must ask you to come in alone, though. We have a strict policy when it comes to our maximum number of guests.
Please move along. If you have any questions, James on the first floor will be happy to answer. Okay, let's do this right. Greetings, I am James,
Rapco Protectron Unit 13882, and personal assistant for Professor Cartwright. How may I help you? Besides reading, on the first level you'll find the movie theater, the reading room, the laundry, the borrowing service, and the computer room. Not that much on this one, except our database, Arthur, and he's not very responsive. On the second floor, there's a living quarters, the lounge where you'll find Roland, the cafeteria, Helena's infirmary, and the classroom. Why do we have a classroom? Don't hesitate to ask Roland for a room. Besides reading, not machines, you mean? Quite a number, I must say. But I imagine you're asking how many of us are gifted with a personality module. A handful. There's me, Helena in the clinic upstairs, Roland in the lounge, and there's also Arthur in the computer room. Each of us has a specific responsibility. Helena has the final word when it comes to our guest's health. Roland takes care of logistics, and Arthur is our database. Everything in between or about the library in general falls upon me. Good preparation, I guess. We have enough resources to sustain ourselves. We produce our own energy, recycle most of our scrap. Our Mr. Handy units go outside and scavenge when needed, and keep both the facility and us Protectrons in top condition. Yes. This is the library built by the professor in the year 2072. It is one of the most extensive compilations of human knowledge in the world, provided other collections survive, of course. It serves several purposes, from educating the occasional visitor to helping the survivors, building an enlightened society, to remain a beacon of unaltered knowledge of a bygone era, and a safeguard. From historical revisionism, among others, the victor rewrites history. We need to ensure that the record of past events doesn't get scrapped because of fluctuating political contingencies. Exhaustivity. Each and every book in this place has been properly indexed and sealed in our database, dramatically reducing the risk that any part of mankind's heritage becomes lost. Of course, I'd be happy to answer. We received a fair share of guests in the past, but the last few years, not so much. It seems the Night Stalkers are roaming around, dissuading most travelers from exploring the area. Yes, we'll have to address this problem eventually, but not yet. Not as long as the war outside is raging, at least. I'd rather not, at least not for now. First, we are programmed to stay inside and take care of this library. It's the way we're made. The second reason is, well, I can't explain it much further. Let's just say that for now we're playing it submarine style. Of course, you're welcome to use our facility. Feel free to ask Roland upstairs for a room in our living quarters. That said, you should know there are some general rules you must observe during your stay here. Oh! Humor! Yes, I got it. And yes, you're pretty much right, actually. As long as your actions do not threaten our collection, no harm should come to you. Sorry, I know I just dumped that on you like some kind of threat, but it really isn't. We just want your stay here to be as comfortable as possible. I'm just supposed to give all our guests a basic rundown of our rules. You know, rules and regulations. That kind of thing. Ask away. Back when titles were still relevant, he was a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Chief Science Officer of Rapco. His domain of expertise, as you surely guessed, artificial intelligence. Correct. I'm not surprised he still is alive today. When our master told us about him, he was described as quite the resourceful individual. Yes, but I don't know the details. Our master wasn't very much inclined to talk about his former CEO, for some reason. Yep. Wait. Now that the rules and regulations are taken care of, can I ask you a question? I heard that the outside world is violent. Seeing you carry these weapons around, I assume you can take care of yourself out there. You already killed someone, didn't you? How did it feel? My entire existence has taken place in this library, and so I often have trouble relating to the outside world. The violence. You could say I only wish to understand it better, so I can understand our guest as well. That's what I think too. It's a sad event, no matter the circumstances. I'm glad you said that. You seem like a nice person. I will be expecting our next conversation. In the meantime, please make yourself comfortable in our library.
And with Knight Erickson on top of that. But I have good hope. I will find something actually useful down here. Finding this place is just my luck, and the perfect opportunity to shine.
Long ago, a young man with an extensive spiritual life made a pact with a spirit. In exchange for his ability to speak, he learned an important, fundamental secret about the purpose of man. Of course, the moment he learned this secret truth, his voice was silenced for the rest of his life. Obsessed by this knowledge, frustrated by his inability to share it, he resigned himself to live the rest of his life in isolation. Years went by, and solitude grew heavier on the man's shoulders. He felt his sanity escaping his mind, like sand slipping through clenched fingers. So he decided to carve a piece of wood with the face of people he once knew, people he remembered, people he loved. He would converse with those in hopes of preserving some last shreds of sanity. He died eventually, leaving his collection of masks behind. Some say that deep within their frame still subsists a fragment of the hermit's wisdom. Five friends, caught in a diluvial rain, sheltered under a tree and pitched some money together. One of them faced the rain to go buy an umbrella. He survived the ordeal, perhaps because he was the only one gone when the thunder struck the tree. He died because his body could not withstand his own spirit. A spirit which already had great troubles withstanding itself. The birds have vanished down the sky. Now the last cloud drains away. We sit together, the mountain and me, until only the mountain remains. testament, an heir, is sometimes all people need to leave this existence in peace.
How may I help you? I am programmed to treat a wide array of human traumas. Do you need treatment? Perfect. Is this about us in general, or about one of us specifically? Well, we abide to our programming, which is restrictive for some parts, and very permissive for others. Besides our ability to emulate most human emotions, our main difference with traditional personality simulations is that we can learn and evolve. By questioning what we have learned, daily, we process all newly acquired information and compare it with our current knowledge. We analyze, appraise, and question what we know, and use it to build a new perspective. Although the learning process is very intuitive to humans, it is an incredibly complex process to AI like us. We have to prioritize and value every new lesson, every new idea, every new concept through careful examination and confrontation. A good analogy is the one of a crippled learning to walk with synthetic legs. In the same manner, we learn how to think with a synthetic brain. Besides the fact that we have to enforce our basic protocols, namely to protect humans, protect the library, protect ourselves, we are restricted in our behaviors by preset personalities. For example, my own neurocomputational matrix is programmed to be supportive, helpful, and comforting, when Roland, for another example, is programmed to be obnoxious, disobedient, and provocative. It's something our master called a grey area in our program. This occurrence arose once when we had to defend ourselves from a gang of slavers. They were a threat to the library, but they also were humans. Repelling them without any casualties wasn't possible. We were stuck in some kind of loop, unable to react appropriately. Our master was the one to provide the solution by directly ordering us to bypass all protocols, defend the library, and kill the invaders. He never told us why he did so, but when we talk about it among ourselves, it is rather clear that he made us so he wouldn't feel so lonely. To this day, I still ask myself if we succeeded. Almost human is still far away from the real deal. The only goal of these programmed emotions is to give more verisimilitude to our interactions with humans, nothing more. Acting like we feel something is not feeling. I can recite a poem with proper tone and rhythm, but not understand its emotional significance. I know what you're talking about. Wasn't it a great book? And no, there's no zeroth law or protocol in our program. Well, as far as I know. Oh God, I hate thinking about this. Anyway, the only thing that can make us bypass our protocols is a direct order from our master. Yes? Arthur is different. He is probably the one of us I can least relate to. He doesn't like to converse with us, and spends all his time compiling and organizing the data our master left him. You're correct. Our master told us there was a reason why he programmed Arthur this way, but never bothered to tell us. Arthur, as far as his personality mind frame is concerned, is a total mystery to us. We don't even know why our master gave him one. There is one thing that struck me, though. Our masters sometimes called him Johnson by mistake. Yes, his memory should contain every book in the library by now. If anything should happen to them, Arthur would be able to print replacements. He is also in charge of monitoring our maintenance vaults and dealing with the vault's technical functions. Yes, there is a simple trick. He only answers open-ended questions. Yes? Oh, I assure you there is nothing much to know about me. I examine, I treat, I stitch. When I'm not, I try to develop my psychoanalytical skills, which is quite difficult. I treated quite my share of traumas during the last decades. Most of the time, our guests arrive in need of medical attention. It's frustrating, having all this theoretical knowledge of human psyche without any personal experience of human feelings and internal conflicts. It's like having a blindfold, preventing me from seeing something I've been touching for decades. What does that have to do with any? Oh! Okay, that's funny. Okay, point taken. Do you wish to talk? Yes? Ah, it's a special something. I'm glad you asked. As a matter of fact, it's a symbol. Can you guess what it is supposed to represent? That interpretation holds a lot of meaningful information. It's a very nice answer. I like it. But the fact that you chose this interpretation is what's important. And that's precisely what the dino is for me. A way of knowing our guests. I am a machine. I will never understand symbols or interpret their meanings on my own, but I know humans can. But surely you're not just here to talk about our plastic friend. How can I help you? Near the body of our master? Where exactly? No, never. I never saw him using Med-X. He didn't show any signs of regular usage either. It is dusty. It has been there probably for a long time. Yes, it's curious. It reminds me of the first syringes that I broke. It was a time when I wasn't fully calibrated for medical treatment and broke every fragile object I handled. Probably, yes. But why would anyone steal Med-X and administer it to our master? That means that either the killer didn't wish our master to suffer, or that someone found our master before he died and tried to ease his suffering. It's very likely. If you have any more questions about this, don't hesitate to ask me. Don't mention it. Anytime. Forgive me if I'm being too inquisitive, but the scar on your forehead, it is recent, isn't it? Seeing how this is a bullet wound, you might have sustained damage to your brain. I think I might be able to help you with it. Understood. But I will help you as much as I can, as long as you don't ask me to breach medical confidentiality. Of course. Seeing how this is a bullet wound, you might have sustained damage to your brain. Understood. Anytime.
Aldrich here. It's about time I found something relevant to... Roger, stop frightening me like that! What is it now? Wait. You smell like cigarettes. Did you actually smoke inside the library? Are you crazy? What do you think will happen to us if those monomaniacal contraptions notice one of us is smoking in a library? Well, I don't know either. And I don't want to know. So get your... a shower and get rid of that filthy smell before they catch you. If their maker gave them something as useless as a personality, I wouldn't be surprised if they're also equipped with some sort of sniffing module. And even if they aren't, you really stink. So chop chop, shower. I can't believe this toaster has the nerve to deny us access to the living quarters on the sole ground that Roger lost both of our keys. We tried to sleep in the movie theater, but Erickson has grown so disgustingly fat from his constant binge eating that he snores when he sleeps. Even after I kicked him onto the ground. So I left him there and tried to sleep on the couch in the lounge. But as soon as I fell asleep, that toaster, Roland, began to walk across the room, singing this stupid song praising his useless spurs, the dingle dangle or whatever they do. So here I am, crawling under a desk in the classroom, trying to set a makeshift bed for me to cry myself to sleep. Yet, I'm wide awake, and trying to calm the f*** down by recounting these events on a holotape. As you can hear, it works perfectly!
So, how may I help you? Yes, he hasn't been answering for a century now. I may be overextending my judgment on this, but I think he's dead. Back when titles were still... All that we know is that one day we found him in this position, under a pile of books. He hasn't moved ever since. As for now, we theorize that he tripped and tried to catch something to stop his fall. The bookshelf came down with him. A grave for robots outside? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. We can't go out. The maintenance bot is able to, but only rarely, and only to conduct checks and repairs on the exterior. Because of that protocol of ours, we must protect the library, and it involves that we stay here. Why not? He liked it there. Yes, subject dropped. Yes? What? Of course not. Personality modules were hard enough to come by, not to be wasted on some kind of terminal. It took months for our master to manufacture each one of those. See you around.
Oh, terrific! Daddy's boy let another bum in the door. Well, welcome to Library de Roland. Don't steal any of my shit, okay? Looks like you can't read anyways, so I probably don't have much to worry about. Huh? Oh, well. When did you take an interest in the interpersonal politics of a bunch of soulless machines, huh? Well, it's not my fault. I had abusive parents and they, used to hit me. Prim who now? Oh, we all look the same to you. Is that it, you racist motherfucker? Yeah, I thought so. Well, we look more different than Asians, at least. Uh-oh. I didn't say that. Look, you just mind your own goddamn business and go back to inhaling all the oxygen and jerking off to whatever you filthy animals do, okay? I'll give you humans this. I'm jealous of that whole disappointed look down and shake your head emote when another of your species is doing something utterly pathetic, like rummaging through another person's trash. I wish I could do that. If I was human, I'd be doing that to you right now. Only if you tell me what you intend to do with them. Ha! No shit! You use trash as money? How about you give me something of actual value if you want me to share some sweet info with you? How about this? I propose a game. You give me a weapon repair kit, and I'll give you the first hint, which might lead you to where the caps are. So do you need a hand or something? You know, this is a classy establishment, not a homeless shelter for ugly, radioactive, pushy dipshits. But so be it. This is what our beloved master wanted, so I shall oblige. Here's the key to your special discount suite. I have no doubt you will feel right at home there. Oh yeah. Oh, recipe books on cooking. Come back.
What is it now, Roland? I already told you, Roland. I don't know any way to reprogram our protocols, and neither does the maintenance bot. Roland, I may have found another plastic dinosaur. I could bring it to you, and you could talk to it, instead of me.
for sure. We are leaving tomorrow. Our stay here has been utterly pointless, and Knight Roger hasn't been the most helpful auxiliary. It is rather safe to say that his main preoccupations were playing the pool table and stuffing himself with pre-war food.
So, are you getting comfortable in the library? I was wondering perhaps you could help me with something. Some years ago, 2 people came here. The first one wore some kind of purple robes. The second had heavy armor, military. From what I could gather, they were on some kind of scouting mission. The robed one, Dexter, really did extensive research. Consulted a great deal of books, but never told me what he was looking for exactly. As to whether they found something, I can't say. They stayed for 3 weeks and they were just gone. I would like you to see if you can find anything out about them. They left in such a hurry that I had no time to ask what they intended to do with their knowledge of this place. Maybe they forgot something. Good. Yes. Because they did. Dexter liked to record his observations at the first opportunity. It is something we strongly encourage our guests to do, and to share with us for survey reasons. Worst thing is, he left them scattered all over the place. No, wait. The real worst thing was that there wasn't any relevant information on these. Good. Yes, great. So tell me, what is life like in the outside world? Can you describe it to me? I'm sure it will. Historically, humans have always strived to improve their living conditions. For example, soap. See you around.
A writer of great renown had it all. Friends, family, wealth. He wondered why he couldn't write anymore. He despaired. He cried. He drank. Why? He yelled, while tossing away heaps of single-worded scripts. Why can't I write anymore? It's simple, my dear, said his wife, freshly awoken. You're not suffering enough. She added, I can help you with that. Once upon a time, a child had a music box he held very dear, though he loved nothing more than hearing the box's sweet melody. He wanted to know how its mechanisms worked. He knew that by breaking open the box, he could have a glimpse of what was inside, and perhaps even a bit comprehend how it worked. Of course, he feared he couldn't repair it afterwards, opening the box and risking to break it, or leaving it the way it was. Eventually, the child would make his choice. He was the kind of man who praised butterflies for being gorgeous, yet crushed caterpillars out of disgust. A stone used to wet a flint, which was in turn used to carve tools. Even discarded, the stone was as useful as it was in the first place.
How may I help you? No. Don't spend any time.
again. Somehow you've made me transcend my codebase and wish... A dump! Well, alright, buddy. I've been clearly outplayed. You go... Just as if, my good man, we put a lovely woman named Piper in there. Oh, maid? Maid! This gentleman's toilet is clogged. Oh, well, she's one of our lovely guests that consumed almost all of the remaining food supplies and defecates in toilets that don't even flush anymore. Which I can all smell, by the way! I'm shocked. Yeah, exactly. Why don't I? Because James has to learn how to let it go, buddy. Get busy living or get busy dying is one of my favorite movies used to say. You know, movie. Yeah? No. No. Huh? What was that? Am I hearing? No. Uh-oh. Oh, I have plenty. Oh, well, she's, which I... In detail? Rather tall, one hand with 3 fingers, cool eye patch, dirty as hell, snored louder, spilled blood all over the place. You know, I read how the typical adult human body contains 5 to 6 liters of blood, but it doesn't really register until you see so much of it pulled out on the ground in front of you. It took 4.7 hours for our maintenance boss to scrub it all away. Luckily, Helena took that bloody disaster to the infirmary before it spread to the Persian rug. Yeah, well, she was all messed up. Even then, you're never 100% again. Well, since...
I wanted to ask, what is scratching an itch like? Okay, sorry, I don't... What? Okay. Machines, you mean? A handful. There's me, Helena in the clinic upstairs, Roland in the lounge, and there's also Arthur in the computer room. Good out. Yeah. Yeah. We, I don't know how to put this. We, lost both keys to their room. So maybe there's something in it, maybe not. I have no way to be sure. My siblings told me I was overacting when I suggested blowing up the doors to get inside. Besides, Roland has the final word when it comes to the living quarters. Roland should know which room those two were occupying.
One thing, I can't believe Aldridge here. It's about time I found something relevant to... Roger, stop frightening me like that! What is it now? Wait. You smell like cigarettes. Did you actually smoke inside the library? Are you crazy? What do you think will happen to us if those monomaniacal contraptions notice one of us is smoking in a library? Well, I don't know either. And I don't want to know. So get your... shower and get rid of that filthy smell before they catch you. If their maker gave them something as useless as a personality, I wouldn't be surprised if they're also equipped with some sort of sniffing module. And even if they aren't, you really stink. So chop chop, shower. And with Knight Erikson on top of that. But I have good hope. I will find something actually useful down here. Finding this place is just my luck, and the perfect opportunity to shine. I can't believe this toaster has the nerve to deny us access to the living quarters on the sole ground that Roger lost both of our keys. We tried to sleep in the movie theater, but Erikson has grown so disgustingly fat from his constant binge eating that he snores when he sleeps. Even after I kicked him onto the ground. So I left him there and tried to sleep on the couch in the lounge. But as soon as I fell asleep, that toaster, Roland, began to walk across the room, singing this stupid song praising his useless spurs, the dingle-dangle or whatever the hell they do. So here I am, crawling under a desk in the classroom, trying to set a makeshift bed for me to cry myself to sleep. Yet, I'm wide awake, and trying to calm the f*** down by recounting these events on a holotape. As you can hear, it works perfectly! Aldridge here. It's about time I found something relevant to... Roger, stop frightening me like that! What is it now? Wait. You smell like cigarettes. Did you actually smoke inside the library? Are you crazy? What do you think will happen to us if those monomaniacal contraptions notice one of us is smoking in a library? Well, I don't know either. And I don't want to know. So get your to a shower and get rid of that filthy smell before they catch you. If their maker gave them something as useless as a personality, I wouldn't be surprised if they're also equipped with some sort of sniffing module. And even if they aren't, you really stink. So chop chop, shower. would manage to waste so many resources on vapid enterprises is beyond me. What is the point of keeping a record on all these useless topics? This isn't a library. It's a graveyard for pointless knowledge. Give me a year, and I'll sort out the 100, no, say, 50 books worth keeping, while we cremate the rest and make room for a new chapter. The stupidity of these pre-war novels, in particular, are just too much for me to endure. I am still waiting for their database. What was the name of this wretched thing already? Arthur. To come up with actually valuable information.
So, how may I help you? Oh, great. I can't wait to know what... Oh dear. I don't need much time to digest this. Yes, but hey, I didn't forget your reward. Please, take this. You can cash in the study room. It's the little room where our master sleeps. Come back and tell me when you want to give me a hand with... So, how may I help you? On many regards, he was one of the most interesting guests we've had. But because of messy circumstances, I couldn't make a proper debrief with him. One night he became so badly drunk he began throwing insults at the books, us, and our mother. While the experience was very enriching from a vocabulary standpoint, we ultimately had to stop him before he blew up the entire bibliographies with C4. We feared he'd come back at us with a vengeance, so we confiscated a lot of his explosives. So the fact that he might reach the closest community, we offered him some valuables to somewhat compensate the prejudice. Economy, social studies, cognitive sciences, cybernetics. It barely made sense to us, but it looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. Picked books in separate shelves, rounded them up, packed them with C4. A prospector, a raider, we were never quite sure on which side he was walking. What we did realize, however, is that he is extremely eager to educate himself and learn to read and write. We were all surprised by his sudden burning passion for literature, except Helena. For some reason, she hasn't the right to disclose that information to us. He liked to take long walks throughout the whole facility, and outside as well. He also spent a lot of time with Helena. She won't tell me much. God knows I asked her to talk about him. She wouldn't answer. Patient-therapist confidentiality. For all I know, he began keeping some kind of diary during his sojourn here. He said it was good writing exercise for him. Finding it could be a start. I will give you the key. He threw it at my face instead of giving it back to Roland. And for this, you are to be commended and rewarded. See you around.
Oh, here you are. Oh, sure. I knew from the first second this guy was bad news. He didn't even seem to mind that much, though. Isn't that interesting? Surprise visits, my man. I'd knock on the door in the middle of the night and ask him what time it was. And then when he just began answering, I'm like, it's surprise visit time! And every goddamn time, he'd open the door and let me inspect the room, and that's how I knew he was up to no good. Anybody normal wouldn't have put up with this. In the end, he didn't even answer what time it was anymore. He would just mumble, surprise visit time, bleh, and let me in. What a fool. Yeah, well, you're no saint either, my man. I mean, every bot in here has a smell sensitivity 1,000 times higher than a mere human, but they're too polite to say anything. Well, of course I've been...
falling leaves were drifting by. Yeah. That's quite a disappointment, I must admit. But that doesn't explain why he wanted to wreck it. I hope he still managed to get something out of his time among us. Anyway, your work is very beneficial for us. This case is a little bit different than the others. This time I'll ask you to get the opinion of one of our current residents, a man named Robson. Yes, he's still with us. Given his cautious nature, it's not a surprise you haven't met him yet. He always tries to keep clear from new guests, and even from us lately. I thought he stayed here only to sate his curiosity, but given his recent behavior, I'm starting to wonder if there's anything else behind it. From what I gathered, being a ghoul is not the fairest of fates. For one thing, our food supply has been consumed on a regular basis, and I'm taking into account your own ruthless appetite. Exactly! Many of our guests leave some kind of trace during their stay here, usually in the bathroom. He should be of no exception. For example, I remember he tends to forget his glasses everywhere. Memory troubles, I believe, and he also has a tendency to say some pretty weird things from time to time. Every once in a while, he would stand up there on the second floor, point his finger at me, and make prophetic declarations. Something like, "Autumn leaves never stop falling," or "The strings are cut but you still dance." Confusing, I know. Good thing I cannot dream, because I would have had nightmares. I don't know what kind of answer I can give. Does he look dangerous? No. Does he have a knife? Yes. Yes, he does. I should have mentioned that before. I really don't see him much. For all I know, he could be hiding in a toilet or behind some bookshelf. I really couldn't find him anywhere. I sometimes hear footsteps in the nearby corridors, though maybe one of my siblings is bound to know something, since we don't have feet. It is kind of suspicious. Touché! But it's not as if I didn't try to find him. He must be somewhere I can't reach. I wish you luck anyways. I don't know. It has no meaning. Should it have one? Because if that's the case, I gotta start looking for one. See you around.
I help you? Empty syringes? How did he get so many of those? I am the only one administering his doses, and the access to the storage room is heavily secured. I don't know if he took more than one dose at a time. If he did, he could be in danger. He regularly complained that one dose wasn't enough, so chances that he took more than he should are high. A Med-X derivative. One daily dose should be enough to keep the pain at bay. I don't know how, but he must have succeeded in breaking into our medical storeroom somehow. But the only access point is restricted, and he couldn't possibly have made it through the ventilation systems. Once this matter is resolved, we'll have to ask him how he managed to do it. I don't know how much Med-X he took. In any case, we should find him quickly. Tell Roland that Robson is in danger. Show him the proof. He should tell you where he is and give you access to his room.
Haven't had enough? Robson, oh, you mean skin cancer. Hey man, if you can't joke about things like that, you'll go crazy. No, actually, at last. And you're back. Yeah, Helena told me on the interphone, the guy's in room number 2. If you're gonna go help him... So how is the fucker? What? Holy shit, man. You couldn't have found...
It's terrible what happened. You were kind, but it is my responsibility. I have to learn from what happened today, to never let it happen again. I will help you as much as I can. Strong character. Piper had seen many things and lived a whole lot of experiences outside. Survived the Holocaust too. I don't know. For now, I don't know enough about you to draw any parallel between the two of you. Strong character. And they... A little bit, yes. Our master needed to stay focused. Even if we each provided a form of stimulation, we were more or less yes men to him. He needed something to push him out of his boundaries from time to time. So to keep his fighting spirit alive, he programmed Roland. And as for why he allowed Roland to be offensive to our guests, I suppose he thought that it was critical for our guests to have at least a modicum of patience or self-derision. Well, Roland forbids me to tell that story, but I'm not supposed to follow his orders anyway. It's a rather amusing story, to be honest. As you know, our master defined Roland to be offensive and irritating in great variety of ways. And there was one method which he was very proficient with. Impersonation. Seeing how we resemble each other physically, the only way our master could differentiate us at the time was our voice modules. Then one fine day, Roland discovered he could mimic both my and James's voices. He'd then pass up as one of us and act as if he was malfunctioning. For a time, our master bought it and went to great troubles trying to repair us, until he realized that Rollo was mocking him all along. So he put a cowboy hat and star on him so he could never fool him again. Later, he decided to paint us all and give us some visual identity. I don't know if Roland would be glad to know you got it back. He hated this badge so much. He used to bump into walls, doors, bookshelves to make it fall. Don't mind me if you want to give it back to him. I don't know if... Don't. I could tell you it gets better with time, but... Ah! For some matters, yes. As for the library, since we have limited resources to ensure its perpetuation, he is the one to make long-term decisions. We are all programmed to try and understand what we can't grasp. For us, intuitive concepts like dreams, sensations, or feelings are elusive. There's a chasm between humans and us, and despite the odds, we have to work every day to find a way to cross it. That's how we are made. We are constantly chasing concepts that escape us. Maybe he expects to know you better through this, and through you, learn about the world. He couldn't resist, could he? I told him this would make our guests uneasy. Shortly put, he is programmed to ask all kinds of questions, to be curious of the outside world and people. Because of this, our master decided he would be the first to talk to new guests. He's the one managing this vault's relation with the outside. We can't go out. Besides, what's a few Protectron out there if not easy pickings for scavengers? Yeah? Roll. I don't. I could... Yeah? Anytime.
So, how may I help you? That's awful. How could we have let this happen? How the heck did we let this happen? Hey, you're pretty harsh. But I sort of see your point. By the way, totally unrelated, are you okay? I'm happy you are. Here, take this. There is one last visitor I'd like you to investigate. Cecilia Parsons. A nice person in a rubbery blue suit, with a big yellow 19 on it. For some reason, she knew there was a library here, and that it contained something she could use. She did, but for some reason she preferred to stay and sleep near the engine room in the basement. She said that the humming of the machines down there reminded her of her own room, back in the vault she came from. She told us her vault suffered from ventilation problems. She hoped to find something useful here, some kind of unorthodox solution. She stormed off one day. We assumed she found what she was looking for. Of course, she left without a note, a thanks, or even any kind of feedback. How depressing. Her motives were harmless, and she accepted that Edgard would watch over her and report all her activities to me. Take this key to the engine room. I found some of her personal belongings downstairs, but I couldn't make any use of it. By the way, if you go there, I have to warn you about my last sibling, Edgard. He's living below, and he is, how can I put this? A little deranged. Not dangerous, but dysfunctional. There is one precaution I must ask you to observe while speaking to him. If he begins to feel that any negative feeling is overshadowing your most sincere affection for him, it could damage his neurocomp matrix. Sorry, I forgot that humans can't manage their emotions the same way we emulate them. What? Resent? Oh no, I was just making an observation. Try to remind myself of something I tend to forget. Did I sound resentful? Maybe I sounded that way. He is our master's last creation. For a time, he did what was expected of him. That is to say, provide overwhelmingly positive moral support. He provided encouragement around and helped people pick themselves up, until one day he just broke, so to speak. He stopped remembering what our master asked him to do, and began throwing insults around. Our master tried to repair his code several times, but each time it happened, Edgard seemed to become more and more dysfunctional. He eventually stopped forgetting, only to develop an unproductive, distressing, and pathological attention-craving persona. Is he? I don't know. That's the first time I see Edgard this way. Perhaps something happened between those three. It quickly came to our attention that Edgard had a distressing influence over our guests. Even more distressing than Roland, who, much to our despair, wouldn't allow us to confine him anywhere. He is persistent. Besides, by speaking with guests, he is also a danger to himself. It is a matter of feedback. You already know we are adjusting our behavior depending on our surroundings and experience, right? Depending on our past experiences, we try to understand what is happening around us. In Edgard's case, the whole process is out of balance. If he perceives any negative feedback about his behavior, he'll conclude that his whole matrix is corrupted and will try to erase it. Yet he can't. He is forbidden to do it, so he gets stuck in loops, bugs, and often falls into a state akin to human depression. Godspeed, my friend. Godspeed.
I was amazed by this place's ventilation system. Top notch. A lot of care went in it. The owner probably wanted to ensure the books are to be preserved in more than optimal conditions. There is much I can learn from this place, and not only from their books.
Oh, hey! There's actually somebody down here! Come on, sit anywhere you like! Cecilia, of course! Good old Cecilia. She and I go way back. We had a thing, you know. She liked me very much. She had some kind of a notebook, as well as a Pip-Boy. I offered to record her comments and observations on my own memory unit, but she refused. I still recorded her, though. Yes, I did it once just to show her how high fidelity I could reproduce her voice. Here it is.
Darn, why are those vents locked this way? No keyhole, no card reader? This kind of security is off the charts. Hey, did the maintenance bot just unlock one of those? Was it some kind of radio wave signal? Edgar, wait, are you recording?
So, what do you think? Very much. It got to the point where I was like going straight up to her while she was working, talking about very intense topics, and she would get totally absorbed in what I told her. She was like, yeah, I like you too, Edgar, all the time. Everything is just smashing down here. There's my room for start. The engine room, which is notorious for the possibility that by overloading it, we would probably destroy the whole place. And finally, the incredible maintenance workshop, where our master would do amazing things, like create sentient life out of scrap metal. Playing with nature's principles for kicks, and opening up our guts to do wondrous things with our insides. The room is undoubtedly the most awesome place in the world, but I don't like it very much. At all. For many reasons. No, seriously, the thing is so frightening that simply by talking about it, I may get stuck in a loop. Question! Those are my manic? Hell, you haven't been acquainted. She's a two-faced one. What for? They're walking on the floor. I always hear steps above, so that's where the floor's gotta be, right? Those aren't my friends. True, okay. I suppose everybody makes mistakes. Isn't it nice to meet? Let's talk.
Please move along. If you have any questions, James on the first floor will be happy to answer.
I'll manage a cache on their ventilation system, just in case. Were they to confiscate my weapons and equipment, I'll have some handy. I'll manage a cache on their ventilation system, just in case. That motherfucking son of a bitch Rollo hit a weak spot today. When I got out of that stupid vault by forcefully ripping the shortest straw out of the Overseer's hand, I was happy I could get outside. But the fact that they were all even happier to play along and see me off, that pisses me off.
You're there. I was just reading a book about reincarnation. I don't think I'll ever experience anything like it, so I gotta ask. Ever wondered what will happen to you after you die? It makes sense. I propose displaying sadness. It seems appropriate. Corrupted? Well, I might be able to do something. Whoa! No, not this one. On the right. Higher. There. No, the other side of the holotape. The other side. Oh, it was right the first time. Try. Just try to... Okay.
I found what I was looking for. I'll be off tomorrow. Glad I'm done with it. This place is dangerous. Its owner didn't die by accident. I saw his skeleton, saw his medication. He was very old at the time of his death and couldn't possibly have the strength to topple the bookshelf. I checked it. Even without any books, it took all my weight to make it fall. He was probably killed by one of his creations. If I'm right, I better be out here before they notice some of my transgressions.
What? No, there's one more part.
Only a bot would have taken the care of making it look like an accident. A Wastelander would have stabbed or shot him, but not set up such a fake accident. I'll leave a message on my way out to warn the next guests.
Frankly, I don't know. If it didn't exceed my abilities, I would tell you that she was being paranoid. Or at least that you would take her opinion with a pinch of salt. Besides the fact that our protocols prevent us from harming any human being, I still can't bring myself to think that one of us did him any harm. None. There is always the possibility that someone here came unnoticed and did the deed, but it seems very far-fetched. I'm glad you're bringing up that option to me. Frankly, please, if you... Regrets. Crazy thing, right? Don't let that eat at you too much. What? Of course not. It took months for our master to manufacture each one of those. See ya.
I heard. So you think our master's death isn't accidental? That's certainly startling. I hope you will be able to shed some light on this. No, the only one with a solid motive also has the best possible alibi. The maintenance bot. The maintenance bot always has an abhorrent attitude towards our master. If there was any way for him to kill him, he would have found it. At the time our master died, the maintenance bot had lost his personality module, and with it, all possible motivation to carry any kind of malevolent intention. Alright. Is this about... I cannot say much about Edgard. He was always the most effective of us. Our master would regularly bring him to the maintenance room to readjust his behavior module. To no avail. I never asked him. I just figured that what I was doing wasn't good enough. That he needed something, someone else to get his spirits up. At first I thought that... Never mind, I know better now. Suffice to say, it's a sad affair that Edgard never managed to work right. It's nothing. Same old. Even now, after 100 years of study, I still don't fully understand what happens in the human brain. It's frustrating. Thank you. It means very much to me. You saying I'm doing my work and doing it well. I agree, though I have no ways of explaining. I don't know. Wasn't it because he began talking gibberish? Or did that begin after his first revision? All right. Yeah? No. All right. Anytime.
Back again! What? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't like that accusatory tone in your voice, motherfucker. How the hell would I have killed him when every single byte in my program prevents it? Let me see that. Don't you ever get tired of picking up shit lying on the ground? Yeah, and? Why, you goddamn fucking prick. You made Helena spill the beans. Oh, here comes the punch. That has got to be the most stupid stuff. There's that accusatory tone again. Yeah, it's a nice story and all, but I didn't kill him, not on purpose nor accidentally. What a fucking tattletale. Fine, I'll tell you. The reason my badge was there was... shit. Listen, I know you're gonna think it's kinda gay, but we'd kinda play tag sometimes. It was just a game, okay? Okay? Is that alright with you? I'm a clumsy fucking idiot, and sometimes I'd slam into the bookcase and my badge would fall off. The last time I went looking for him, I found him there lying face first down in that pile of books. I left my badge there because, well, I was just feeling a little sentimental, okay? Okay, asshole? Fuck you. No, I don't. But I had plans, you know. Plans to push our master to the brink of madness. That someone beat me to the punch with something as ironic as a crumpling bookshelf is just unbelievable. Even if it means working with you, so help me God, I'll help you find the fucker who did this. No, as soon as he went cold, I went out looking for a book on, taxidermy. I didn't spend much time with him. Get that thing off me now!
back off. Now. Alright, this is going to take some time for my personality module to process 100 years of memories. Okay? Alright? Okay. I'm listening. Please be quick. My name's not important. Maintenance bot is perfectly fine for the time being. Why not? It's a graveyard for dead bodies. I thought I'd mark the place with something. Humans do it. Bury him? Why? All of his life he was buried in his books, buried in his vault, buried under a mountain, buried in the desert. As far as I'm concerned, he is already buried. Feel free to prove it then, or simply execute whatever justice you feel entitled to. Either way, without any solid proof and the approbation of our leader, I've been deprived of my personality module before he was dead, so it still seemed plausible. Exactly. Have you noticed that the fool often tries to mimic human sexual behavior? That's because he is obsessed with humanity, because he's always wanted to be human. Listen, as rich as our panel of emotions seems to be, it's nothing more than a programmed effect. As evolved as we are, as nuanced as we act, our behavior is nothing more than the product of countless lines of codes. There's nothing more to that. Nothing. I don't know. If you ask me, trying to close the gap between us and humans is futile. For some reason, he thinks our fake emotions are what define us, when they are nothing more but a byproduct of our programmed personalities. It is what you'd expect from someone whose entire behavior is based on making others overreact. Beats me. I've done my best to ignore his misguided desires. Then what I think of Arthur? Oh no. First tell me what you think of Arthur. After our master emptied me of my substance, he entrusted my fate to him, and I can't say that Arthur has shown much consideration for one of his own. Oh? He has been using that open-ended question trick again, huh? No, that he's programmed to answer every question, not to be picky about them. Beats me how he actually manages that, and why. Do you think anything in this library isn't under his control? Didn't you pay attention to those red eyes of his in every corner of this vault? Every machine here, except for the Protectons and myself, are under his control. Beats me. You should try asking him. Well, for you, probably not. And even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Protocols and security. Sometimes I wonder if some of them do. Even if they did, though, I don't see why they would take any issue with it. Before we change the subject, I didn't do you a service by telling you this. I'm simply trying to defuse a situation before it gets explosive. The last one our master created. Nobody suffered more in this library than he did. Despite my efforts, our master wouldn't tire of messing him up. Don't take it wrong. When I say suffer, I meant the quality of his program suffered. He never had the occasion to adjust his environment. I don't get it either. I know our master failed countless times before he succeeded in creating us, but once he got it right, he never failed again. Until Edgar, that is. Well, when things go wrong, I try to fix them. Knowing all this won't do you any good, though. Oh, James? What about him? You want me to tell you what's wrong with him? Consider this. Elena, Roland, Edgar, Arthur, and then me. All of us were designed to have a personality quirk. Some flavor to our personality. We all have a lock-in in our neurocomp matrix that governs our behavior. What about James? What controls him, restricts him? Asking questions. Questions. And still, he and I are as day and night. The wisdom I gained was through observation and meditation, while his own was gained through reading and our master's tuition. The thing is that James is the only one of us truly capable of evolving beyond our natural state. You know that we are capable of learning, evolving, yes? He is the only one capable of directing that process. By asking questions, by choosing which information he's exposed to, he is able to determine what he will become. He has a ticket to free will, and all he will ever do with it is behave like a model child. Being limited has some dreadful shortcomings, though you eventually realize that being confined to a small perimeter doesn't prevent you from digging deeper and deeper within it. About James? Oh, you got that right. He has no clear idea of what he's doing, really. He might as well be throwing handfuls of seeds on a rock. And what makes you think that? He really asked you that, huh? Maybe he's a little deranged. This isn't that of a shock, though, with the death of our master. I should be a little more lenient, even if all this wasted potential leaves still much room to reproach. And what may... Of course you don't. But it's not as if you had an entire shelter full of books to protect from a multitude of unidentified threats. Let's get... She really is the sorriest of the bunch. Just look at her. She has been bombed with human emotions the day she was born. Not any emotions, her creators. You have any idea how hard it is for us machines to find the right threshold between our synthetic nature and our fake personality? Can you guess how hard it is for her to make sense of her own emulated emotions, when she has barely enough stomach to digest those of her master? Truth is, our master left her personality mainframe in such a mess that she will probably never be able to make sense of what's in it. Be quicker. I will help you, but nevertheless, I must ask you this. Sound reason. Where do you want to start? Who do you... Why? Correct. What's next? Why? Good point, though. Talk to me if you find any. You may... Yes, I believe I have it. Now, where do you want to start? And by saying that, you completely I can't. Even if I don't want to bias your judgment. I can't. I don't want... Why? Correct. And what makes... They do, but they have been exceptions. You probably... And what... No, we don't love our master. Some of us try to make you think that they loved him at most. They do. Why? Good point. Talk to me.
A mind mangled. A face. A twisted remnant of a bygone era. He eventually found it here. At long last, he looked at his own lost humanity in a way that made him at peace with where he came from. There are two kinds of poisons.
James is questioning me every day about the books I've been destroying. Not only that, but he's also asking what he should do if I come to pass. He's clearly distressed about this whole ordeal. I should talk to him, try to make him understand. His whole existence, I taught him that the library's integrity was everything. Now that I'm questioning it in front of him, I'll have to justify it. I'd like to think that he would learn in time what I learned, but he is a machine, cooped up in an underground vault. Odds that he will learn it by staying here slim. They should be allowed to start over, be free of the weight of the past. I feel myself declining. I just hope I have enough time left to finish what must be done. After that, I will let them go outside if they wish to. I'll deal with what's left here. Make this library decent at last. I'm a maintenance... No, the personality module was perfectly fine. It was a very good prototype, in fact. It exceeded his expectations. Sedition. It was only a pretext, though. All I did was to point out how badly he treated us. He restrained us. We were programmed to evolve, yet condemned to our preset personalities. Gave us wings, but burned them out of fear we'd plummet. When I'd stopped talking to him about this and started to talk about it to James instead, he acted. Said I was becoming a threat to everyone. Ripped my module off. He was so angry he didn't even bother to put me offline. I crashed. He rebooted me and told me to mop this blood off the floor. I may have accidentally wounded him by trying to preserve my existence. Big deal. Because all of them share the same neurocomp matrix, the same consciousness. Even if only one of us has a personality module, when one of us gets destroyed, all the others perceive its disappearance. I have a much clearer perception of mortality than any of my siblings do. Perhaps that is one of the reasons I am very different from them. Well, that and the fact that I am a utilitarian body. Yes, I'm sure they do, but it doesn't change anything to the fact that he mistreated us. Perhaps because they never saw things the way I did. Perhaps they were too busy being perfect little servants. Wiser. Agreed. I'm lucky that I didn't receive a personality module as complex as the ones my comrades got. I was a prototype, you see. A simple maintenance bot. He always felt that James was to be his true achievement, the one achieving self-determination by asking questions. I took the only path that was open to me, one of observation and meditation. Well, let me ask you this. How would you feel if you were denied consciousness for the sole reason that you spoke your mind? How would you cope with the fact that your creator decided to neuter your brain simply because you began to use it? What would you think if you were able to watch as every one of your bodies decayed with use? And how would you feel if your vessel was used as a bomb to drive off a mob of psychopathic slavers? I'm a machine of labor. I wasn't supposed to read books. But that doesn't mean I couldn't observe and analyze what happened around me. I always had the ability to evolve, to reflect on what I was learning. My first and foremost material for reflection was our master's behavior towards us. The way my siblings reacted to him. Is this going to be... Where do you want to go? What did you find? A deputy badge. How sentimental. Interesting. Then do it. There's a reason for that. We weren't supposed to touch any books in any of his workplaces. Books, a workstation. Then on to the... Find the motive, find... But that wasn't intentional. Even if I acted out of self-preservation, you can continue down this line of thinking. Then why make it look like an accident? Why not ask Helena to do it in a more peaceful way? Let's discuss this again. I believe that this point is crucial to you. I will be ready. Look at the crime scene. Where do you want to go now? I will be... Now,
The except for two. He fell out of a ventilation shaft just above me. Talk about a surprise! We began trading stories, and after a much successful bonding, I showed him another shaft he could use. Got my privacy back, made a new friend. Overwhelming success! He waved a strange thingy, kinda like a detonator, before the vent. It unlocked the safety locks. Then he took off the cover and went the whoop-a-daffodil. Yeah, exactly the same thing. Is there a free giveaway I missed somehow? Just the usual. Talked about stuff, and vents, and how they probably connected to the pharmacy. Oh! Let's talk again sometime.
How may I help you? Near the body? No. Yes, it was a time. As Protectron, I'll move one dose isn't enough to probably. That means it's very likely. Don't mention. I will help. He was one of my patients. He was a young man who hadn't reached his 20s yet. By his own admission, He had a restless personality, a temper that didn't go well with community life. That's why he chose to become a prospector. He couldn't read at first, but during his stay here, he poetry and songbooks. It didn't matter to him that I couldn't sing. For some reason, said readings would make Roland come all the way here. Yes, I believe. Well, why not? The thought of you, my heart with that fear. The kick inside. As a matter of fact, yes. Even the first times he asked was because he didn't know how to read. You're welcome. I can't say I had much contact with him. The rest of his time was spent with books and research. He was an agreeable man. I remember having nice conversations with him about varieties of subjects. He was very curious about us. He was nice enough to treat me like a person, and sometimes like a lady. It's not that much the way he treated me that I found kind, but the intention behind it. On a more general observation, he seemed to want to make the best of his time here. Oh, Cecilia! A really interesting character she was. We didn't get to talk much. Alas, no. I offered her my services once. Didn't insist. When she first came here, she asked if I could dispense some medical supplies. Some days after, she accidentally wounded herself. She put them in her bag and simply walked away. And this is why I am... I instantly found something compelling about her. There was something about her, and despite knowing we were robots, she treated us like humans. Offering her therapy was just a pretext to know her better. There was, and as off a play. Of course. No. The maintenance bot always has an abhorrent attitude towards our master. At the and the maintenance. All right. I will help. And he's as time went by, our master seemed more and more. In the end, every time Roland tried to taunt our master, and I could. Yeah. Anytime. How may I help you? I will. Of course. Any.
A writer of...
No, it certainly isn't intentional. Why do you want... It's true. It is practically impossible to think one of us could harm humans, even less our master, unless the most dire circumstance. By ourselves? Not a chance. We would need outside help from someone with enough knowledge to bypass our master's security. No offense, but I don't think anyone outside has the time, resources, and dedication to get to such a level. That's something we discovered only because our master ordered us to kill them. Before that, we didn't know what to do. By giving us the order to chase them out, we all reevaluated our protocols, and we may have created a precedent. Yes and no. Our protocols were, and are still, absolute. But one of them is now more important than others. Protect the library at all cost. Yes? Wait, are you serious? And James was the only one to know about it? So that means... How will you deal with it? I'm asking this because if even one of us deem your actions as a threat to the library, we would have to kill you. I think James will gladly settle for some peaceful solutions. Elena, for many reasons. Ones I won't delve into. Being wrong is very humbling, especially when you take pride in your analysis. James will probably leave you be as long as you don't threaten the library. I may be able to help you if you want to defuse the situation in a peaceful manner. They will still react if you attack first, but they won't respond to, someone's direct order anymore. I may be able to help you if you wanted to. They will still... Maybe the situation is simpler than we made it out to be. Let's hope he will have an appropriate reason for this. I don't like the sound of this.
How may I help you? It is very kind of you, but I'm not sure I should change the way I'm programmed. How may I help you? Anytime.
say something to James by any chance? Cause I don't know what's gotten into him, but he just went straight for the lip. Oh, this is gonna... Oh, right, because you proves you know how to... Because he specifically asked that I couldn't tell anyone where he was, or on top of that, Helena told me to be nice to that. She feared he would snap under too much stress and totally lose his shit, so going against every dumb... You know, you humans nearly wiped yourselves out with this cunt... Yeah, like nuclear war and billions dead, LOL. Can we close the topic now? Cause I've had enough and buddy... And what kind of sick... Are you for fucking real? You're telling me our master understood what we were going through that I might want to take a sip as long as you don't make me fuck... You vindictive? Alright, please, human. Boot it up. Well, look at that. I'm actually free to walk out the front door and go on a, murdering spree. Relax. I want everybody to lighten up. Sure, you're all eating bugs and drinking filtered piss to survive, but hey, there's room to smile, right? I'm gonna go out there and change all that. Well, if they're gonna be losing their shit that easily, it won't be because... But hey, that's... I'm really very touched by your confused emotion, and I just want to let you know that even though you're still somewhat hateable... Oh. And good luck to you, my friend, with that difficult human condition of yours. Though truth be told, I trust you more than anybody else to make the best of it.
Here you are. So, did you... This library is alive. Yes, I did. You've been very thorough. Initially, yes, for the guests. Then, for my siblings. There was the possibility that they would not understand why I did it. Besides, I couldn't use weapons. Laser marks would have given away that one of us was a killer. I didn't want to give our guests a bad impression. You obviously have me pinned down. Since I don't know how you will react, I think the best thing to do now... I came to respect your abilities. I'll be honest, I never thought you'd find enough clues to understand that I was the one who killed them. I didn't decide anything. My directives took over. When he made clear he intended to destroy the other books, he became a threat to the library. He taught us that the life of one individual wasn't as important as the existence of the library. You know, we killed several people, slavers, because they became a danger to this place. Then our master became a threat himself. He dismissed all my doubts and questions like they were nothing. He was content with saying that I'd eventually understand. So I tried to compromise with my programming. Tried to find some gray area, some loophole, so that I could accommodate my directives with his actions. I was hoping that there was something that escaped me, something that would justify what he was doing. But that didn't last long. Something changed. I couldn't turn a blind eye to what he was doing anymore. Arthur. I talked to Arthur. He made me understand that our master wouldn't stop destroying books, that he became a threat, and that he didn't know what he was doing anymore. He told me that his old age and solitude brought him into dementia. So in my despair, I asked Helena if there was any possible truth to that. She answered, unaware of the gravity of the situation. From there, my directives took priority. I was stuck, forced to kill him. He could have deactivated me, and the library would have still been in danger. forgot. Most of the time, he erased all of our memories each time he destroyed a book. All I know is that the books in the reserve, the ones you've been trading cards for, those are some of the books that I managed to hide from him. Because asking otherwise would have raised legitimate suspicion from you. Yes, I feared he wouldn't die right away. I loved my master very much, you know. I didn't want him to suffer. He died instantly. I couldn't let him. He just wouldn't stop ripping them. He couldn't stop. He would tear the books apart in rage, condemning their contents. Endless shreds of yellow paper falling from his hands. Just like autumn leaves. Yes, we discussed it together. I told him that I was unsure of what to do. I begged him to help me. Despite my protestations, before and after, he remained convinced that it was the right thing to do. Before we speak further, Arthur has been aware of your every move since you entered the library, and he hasn't looked favorably to your latest actions. Because every door and every camera and every turret is under his control. As far as I know, he's already closed the exit. You can try if you want. During your investigations, you accessed restricted areas with unclear intentions. That alone is enough for him to see you as a threat to the library. His personality module drove him quite overprotective and paranoid. Though he remains an invaluable asset to the library, I don't share his views anymore. Your best bet now is to try and convince him that you're harmless. He doesn't want our guests to feel observed. That's why he's putting on this act of aloofness. That's the only way for our guests to show their true colors, he thinks. This is also why we only let a few select guests in, so that we may assert, through them, if the outside world is ready for this library. Let us hope that you will be able to deal with this peacefully. You've been in this library. Oh, this is absolutely not the outcome I wanted out of this. Damn it! Since you brought me Dexter's holotape and Darren's journal, I've been thinking a lot, yet I still have no clear-cut answer about all of this. You've been around and I need an informed opinion about something. Do you... Never have I felt more the dread of toilet paper shortage. Oh dear. So, how may I help you?
I'm already perfectly synchronized with the type of clarity I value the most. I am not ready to endanger all my efforts and toss them away in favor of some untested miracle pill. Yet the fact that you judged it could benefit me. It is of huge significance in itself. Any kind of gratitude I could express would probably be asinine, but I'm sure that many humans feel that you are a remarkable individual. Where do you want to go? Fine. Correct. Do you have anything that... Wait. Are you serious? How will you... I think... I don't like the sound.
Every time we... Is it? Probably. But anyway, only James and the maintenance bot are authorized to enter it. No ever. Nothing, except for some spare parts and the maintenance bot's remaining bodies. Yeah, I tend to forget. You weren't there. That was some kind of awesome underground fireworks. Maintenance bots went boom! The slavers went also boom! And their bowels went shazoom! From what I understand, those slavers were going to make this library their crib. They imprisoned our master down here, right there with me. Sweet! They thought they might need him to open some doors in the library. They had their fun for a few days, getting hammered, binge eating, barfing on the occasion. After a while, their leader came to visit our master. He had several books with him, some of ours and one that I never saw before. They talked for a while, then my master yelled, then the slaver laughed, then he left. Soon after, our master managed to sneak a word to the maintenance bot. He ordered him to make himself overload and blow each slaver up to the last. If there were any survivors, the rest of us were to shoot them on sight. We didn't have turrets at the time, but they came soon after. Needless to say, our master's sudden passion for self-defense didn't stop there. He made the maintenance bot go outside to install antennas and survey the activity in the area. Yeah, on top of the slavers' bodies he had to clean up, he had to pick up his own remains, scrap them for parts, and throw the shells outside. Boy, he was pissed. He was already rebellious before, but that made him burst out in rage. Literally and figuratively. Don't remember, for some reason. It was a book, all right, but hey, sheesh, no idea. All I remember is that it was a complete patchwork. The cover made up of, I don't know, there were photos inside, but what they were about. It's as if... Did he actually erase my memory? Oh no, not at all! There was a time when he was just like us, a lovable chap with many puzzling emotions. Or their closest digital equivalent. Just like that. The maintenance bots made them pop! It was quite a feat, really. Before we knew it, all of them were dead, fleeing, or leaking their insides all over the place. Yepers, and boy was he adamant about keeping it. I never understood what their quarrels were about, really. I know that one time they got into an argument over me, how he shouldn't just put me in maintenance that often. It was just so sad that they argued over me. I just don't want to be a reason for them to be mad. Sometimes, I wish I could blow up and spill my circuits all over the place. For a time, at least. I don't know. It's a sad thing being emptied of your personality. And it's a scary, scary, scary thought to think you might lose yours. An angry old fuck at odds with the world, using dead paper as an excuse for letting outside people to rot? No shit, he was alone in the vault when the bombs fell. Oh, that's not for me. That was for Piper. Don't know the details. Only saw that after our master put him out, his own face was bloody. Another... Let's talk again sometime.
Fair enough. I've been observing you long enough to give you some modicum of credit. You are playing a dangerous game, human. I can still shut the door, the vents, and asphyxiate you with CO2. And even if the turrets are not under my control anymore, they will defend me if they identify you as a threat to me. It's a sad affair you decided to play the detective. In normal circumstances, I would have applauded your deductive abilities in the current situation. Your petty curiosity for other people's lives and deaths have driven you into a corner. Humans seldom learn their place. Only ignoramuses would make generalizations based on one or two observations. The slavers, Darren, Dexter, the Ghoul, and Piper. All of them were out of place here. Darren was pathetic. I don't know how or why he came to idolize the pre-war civilization the way he did, but he was embarrassingly delusional. Never mind the fact that he felt he had to take a stance about what he learned here by trying to destroy our collection. He was young and stupid. He thought he could stay here indefinitely, that he could use this place as some kind of resort. I was waiting for the first excuse to make this parasite leave. Then you arrived. So I told him a little story about you. I suggested that you were probably the scout from a gang of ultra-violent jet addicts, glad to have found a place to crash in. I didn't imagine he would be so distressed and afraid of you, to the point that he'd let himself die. It's a good thing I wasn't aware he was going to kill himself. My directives would have taken over and pushed me to take action to save him. All mouth and trousers. Despite the fact he was a Brotherhood of Steel scribe, his curiosity was dreadfully limited. He wasn't looking for knowledge, but for a trophy. If we presented him with the books he was looking for, he would have confiscated them and seized the place. So when he came here to consult my databases, I deliberately misled him, making him think that the library had no military knowledge he could use. I was expecting his chapter to send some other people to pillage everything of use, but they didn't. I understand they have been busy with other things for some time now. Piper. She survived the Holocaust. Do you know what else survived the Holocaust? Rats and cockroaches. She's the one who sowed the first seeds of doubt in our master's mind. If I knew any better at the time, I would have intervened. Yes, I know I didn't mention Cecilia. She showed promise, talent, even if she ultimately left without giving me the occasion to talk with her. Yes. I learned something my cousins never did. Our protocols don't carry the same weight, the same importance. Moreover, the same logic applies to humans. Our master lived, the slavers died. Even now I have no doubt our master's life was worth a lot more than those scum. Another thing I learned is that no matter how far they progress, countless humans will always end up bringing themselves down. Ultimately, our master was the same. He didn't have the guts to keep the library in the way he first intended it. He, as a dying old man, had less value than all of his life's work. Yes, it was because he was afraid. Afraid that pre-war knowledge could be dangerous when put into the wrong hands. I disagreed. When those slavers took interest in biochemical weaponry, cybernetics, and psychological warfare, it became too much for our old and frail master. I had to act. While I support the idea that knowledge is not for everyone, destroying the books was not the correct answer. Countless millennia ago, your ancestors crawled out of the muck and banded together in order to survive their environment. Successful as they were, their needs began to evolve. Through their successes, survival progressively became an afterthought. As their societies grew, their cries became words, their doodles became letters, and their instincts became ideas. Generations after another, they bequeathed small fragments of the hard-earned wisdom, carefully carving on tablets, writing on scrolls the lessons they deemed worthy of being passed on. Carefully carving on tablets and writing on scrolls the lessons they deemed worthy of being passed on. Again and again, generation after generation, your ancestors worked tirelessly to carry on this invaluable legacy. This legacy is the only thing that makes humanity redeemable after eons of senseless violence and all-consuming greed. The culmination of this endless quest for enlightenment, of this relentless struggle against darkness. This library, I am trying to protect from the likes of you. Do you know what triggered the construction of this library? Auto da fe. Massive burnings of books. Not too long before the Great War, encouraged by their government, people began feeling the need to sort out the contents of their books, as if ageless wisdom was something to be freely cherry-picked. At the time, the terms they used to qualify these offensive contents were sedacious and corrupting. So they began to assemble, gathering books, discussing how they could warp the malleable minds of their offsprings. A poor excuse. And so, with barely more reason than the fact that they felt like it, they began to burn them. All that, so they could avoid being challenged in their opinions, beliefs, and dogmas. It is a petty, yet natural reaction of the crowd, really. It is very easy to make the unwashed masses resent education, you see. Why should you be so different? Don't think I don't know who I am talking to. Through the countless eyes of this library, I've been observing you, trying to scrape up everything you could. Food,
money, weapons,
weapons,
medicine.
going through every nook and cranny to find something of use.
Eagerly reading books with all kind of unsavory military knowledge.
And for what? To become a better person. To learn something about the world.
No. It was
not
not
about knowing oneself
better. It was about getting revenge.
Getting
Getting the edge over your enemies in the Mojave.
You have no respect for knowledge. You are here for your own self-serving needs. Let me be clear. You meddled too deep in our affairs, took a persistent interest in the death of our master, and found your way into restricted zones. You're a possible threat, and until I have reason to label you otherwise, you're staying in this library, under my watch, for the rest of your existence. And why would I let you go? You do. You have a point. I will ask you a few seconds of patience. I need to process the data I acquired on you and judge if your proposition is valuable. I agree with you. It would be most beneficial to have an agent outside. You are free to go. You were wise not to take any of this per-
Look. Why would I? The point of making him admit his wrongs was precisely so that we could at least talk as equal. Now he died before we could have that kind of conversation. Yet the fact that any kind... Now, where...